Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Amherst Federal Credit Union begins now.
Welcome to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Pickwick Lake, Florence, Alabama. Huge shout out to the Florence Lauderdale Tourism Board for having us this week. March in Alabama, the wind, the weather, the pollen, everything is going to play today. But we're going to start this tournament like we do each and every stop on the Alabama Bass Trail with the playing of our national anthem. So please stand up, remove your hats, and let's play honor to our soldiers serving our nation here and around the world by playing our national anthem. All right, that never, ever gets old. Boat number 1, Matthew Fincher and Jacob Kimbrough, you are free to release. Boat number 2, Mitchell Cash and Tanya Cash. Boat number 3, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. Boat number 4, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Boat number 5, Ashley Peebles and Anthony Wiley. Boat number 6, Jason Metz and Candace Metz. Boat number 7, Lawrence Judd and Preston Judd. Boat number 8, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. 2-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 9, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Boat number 10, Blake Webster and Michael Tillman. Boat number 11, Gary Thompson and Billy Wallace. Boat number 12, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. Boat number 13, Trace Freeman and Hunter Wilkins. Boat number 14, Chris Hester and Alan Ball. Thinking about Mr. Spencer Lynn right now. He is going to be undergoing open heart surgery on Monday. So thinking about them, they're not here today. Boat number 16, Riley Johnson and Ryan Haney. Boat number 17, Scott Norman and Todd Norman. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 18, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Boat number 19, Danny Shell and Anthony Land. Boat number 20, Anthony Vitson and Will Phillips. Boat number 21, Michael Woolley and Kyle Llewellyn. Boat number 22, Kevin Atkinson and Brent Turner. Boat number 23, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Boat number 24, Dustin Formby and Jonathan Prater. Last boat in this flight, boat number 25, Trey Doust and Justin Doust. All right, getting ready for flight number 2. You are due in at 3:15. Boat number 26, Mike Hood and Rocco Samari. Boat number 27, Hunter Gilbert and Adam Carter. Boat number 28, Kent Keys and Davey Campbell. Boat number 29, Tanner Mason and Nikki Mason. Boat number 30, Dylan Mixon and Landon Wright. They won here last year. Boat number 31, Will Nichols and Jake Young. Boat number 32, Thomas Shelton and Maddie Shelton. Boat number 33, Tommy Petrosky and Barry Holbert. Boat number 34, Cole Wade and Donnie Wade. Boat number 35, Timothy Campbell and Richie Todd. Boat number 36, Todd Beatty and Ethan McDaniel. Boat number 37, Ty Cox and Cameron Gontney. Boat number 38, Ash Goja and Danny Pettis. Boat number 39, Bill Hamlin and Lester Jenkins. Boat number 40, Vance Hines and Tim Hines. Boat number 41, Greg Lamb and Hayden Lamb. Boat number 42, Joe Newmans and Jeremiah Sparks. Boat number 43, Mark Singleton and Lee Jolly. Boat number 44, Tristan Price and Gavin Jarrett. Boat number 45, Charlie Steele and Logan Steele. Boat number 46, Marty Wilson and Brian Mitchell. Boat number 47, Matt Van Meter and Mo Moyer. Boat number 48, Hunter Betts and Roman Calvert. Boat number 49, Josh Campbell and Randall Barnard. Boat number 50, the last boat in this flight, boat number 50, Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes. My hands are freezing. Boat number 51, due in at 3:30 today. This flight due in at 3:30 today. Boat number 51, Thomas Freak and Jake Aiken. Boat number 52, Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. I don't know if it'll help. Oh, let's see. Boat number 53, Jackson Holbert and Avery Whitewell. I lost my place. Boat number 54, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Boat number 55, Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. Boat number 56, Dean Nelson and Dwayne Nelson. They just got to wait. Hold on. Sorry, we're having a malfunction. Sorry, we had a malfunction up here. All right. Boat number 57, Jamie Smith and Michael Raines. Boat number 58, Kason Sanchez and Trent Boyette. Boat number 59, Harry Payton and Harry Payton II. Boat number 60, Christian Carbacus and Travis Ledbetter. Boat number 61, Jay Carroll and Stephen West. Boat number 62, Isaac Duncan and Will Duncan. Boat number 63, Christian Clemens and Michael Larkin. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 64, Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn. Boat number 65, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Good luck, guys. Boat number 66, Gabe Lewis and Cal Burton. Boat number 67, Jim Murray and Flint Murray. See you guys. Boat number 68, Sam Moody and Ray Battles Jr. They say they're the oldest team on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 69, Jacob Scripture and Caleb Fisk. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail and won the first Pickwick tournament in the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 70, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. They're your reigning Alabama Bass Trail champions, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. Boat number 71. Boat number 72, Randy Brown and David Brown. They are your reigning Anglers of the Year. Boat number 73, Hunter Davidson and Bryant Fikes. Boat number 74, Michael Ellison and Philip Ellison. Last boat in this flight, boat number 75, Cody Haney and William Haney. All right, flight number 3, you are due in at 3:45. 3:45. Is that right? No, 3:30. 3:30. Boat number 76, Zachary Gordon and Anthony Wright. Boat number 77, Danny Long and Kevin Fallon. Boat number 78, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. Boat number 79, Eric Morris and Randy Talbert. Boat number 80, Philip Nunnally and Robin Erb. Boat number 81, Dylan Singleton and Chris Allen. Boat number 82, Jack Pratt and Nick Pratt. Boat number 83, Lance Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 84, Tim Thornberry and Tyler Thornberry. Boat number 85, Cody Bishop and Bynum Franks. Boat number 86, Ricky Campbell and Russell Silvers. God, my hands. Boat number 87, Joshua Fordham and Joey Nance. Boat number 88, Jonathan Craig and Lee Hayes. Boat number 89, Blake Hawkins and Josh Clark. Boat number 90, Billy Grubbs and Bobby Richardson. They had a great finish at Lake Gunnersville. Boat number 91, Drake Luter and Tyler Wagnon. Boat number 92, Heath Kelly and Kevin Breimer. Boat number 93, Donald Jones and Doug Mullinax. Boat number 94, Jade Keaton and Greg Diggs. Boat number 95, Gavin Moy and Emily Maldonado. Boat number 96, Austin McLamory and Brent Randall. Boat number 97, Dalton Spears and Charles Spears. Boat number 98, Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. Boat number 99, Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. Last boat in this flight, boat number 100, Nathan Wright and Natalie Wright. I see. Thank you. Boat number 101, Ben Webb and Ryan Anaya. Boat number 102, James Tomlin and Tyler Pruitt. Boat 103, Alan Branham and Gene Branham. Boat number 104, Wendell Edgell and Daniel Edgell. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 105, Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. Boat number 106, Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Boat number 107, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Boat number 108, Scott Lentz and Drew Thornton. Boat number 109, Greg Jones and Larry McNeil. Boat number 110, Joel Mayfield and Dennis Noel. Boat 111, Bennett Nance and Hunter Fordham. Boat number 112, Devin Mobbs and Brock Lawley. Good luck, guys. Boat number 113, Weston Moss and Shellen Cantrell. Boat number 114, Cole Self and Kyle Lawson. Boat number 115, Alex Ross and Randy Ross. Boat number 116, Joel Scroggins and Derek Lester. Boat number 117, Harold Wells and Harold Wells III. Boat number 118, Daniel Vasquez and Spencer Graves. Boat number 119, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Boat number 120, Jason Cannon and J.D. Bedford. Boat number 121, Brian Elder and Rusty White. Boat number 122, Joe Clark and Kenny Clark. 123, David Haraway and Landon Rich. Boat number 124, Brett Harp and Brady Harp. I see, thank you. Boat number 125, last boat in this flight, Brian Marbett and Hayden Marbett. Boat number 126, Brian Johnson and Troy Gibson. Boat number 127, Josh Moore and Lee Black. Boat number 128, Waylon Mullis and Wyatt Tomlin. Boat number 129, Scott Russell and Tony Smith. 130, Jason Wisenat and Tim Baker. Boat 131, Lee Brown and LJ Brown. I see you back there. Boat number 132, David Cagle and Gary Bates. 133, Jeremy Doss and Johnny Albritton. I see you guys. Boat number 134, Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. Boat number 135, Elliot Galt and Austin Swindle. Minus the suit, you know. All right, back to it. Boat number 136, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. Still rocking the Phoenix. Boat number 137, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Alan Hayes and Danny Bishop. A new team together on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 138, Zeke Gossett and Briar Chambers. Boat number 139, Jed Lamb and Cooper Lively. Let's go. Boat number 140, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. I see you guys, thank you. Boat number 141, Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman. Boat number 142, Connor Morris and Preston Morris. Boat 143, Bobby Sharber and Jeff Preza. Boat 144, Matthew Roberts and Trey Roberts. Boat 145, Eric White and Adam Fleeman. Boat 146, Brad Weiss and Jake Staley. Boat 147, Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. I can't keep my papers. All right. 148, Chris Britton and Eric Springer. Boat 149, Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams. Boat number 150, last boat in this flight, Braxton Cups and Jeff Arledge. Boat number 150, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson. Boat number 152, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Something these guys have been waiting to hear. Your winners at Lake Gunnersville, boat number 153, Ben Lakey and Jordan McGehee. Boat number 154, Tony Keith and Brian Gregory. All the way from Indiana. Boat number 155, Wendell Eisen and Richard Eisen. Boat number 156, Stephen McAvoy and John Kellett. Four-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 157, Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Boat number 158, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat number 159, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. Boat number 160, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller. 161, William Darby and John Greenwood. 162, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Boat number 163, Tim Griffith and David Ayers. Boat number 164, Stephen Kirby and Nathan Kirby. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 165, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Tyler Kiker. Boat number 166, Bradley Jones and Brett Prince. Boat 167, Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. Boat number 168, Samuel Bailey and Lane Cooley. 169, Hunter Eichard and James Eichard. Boat 170, Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers. Boat number 171, James Mears. Boat number 172, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. Boat number 173, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. Boat 174, Christian Thomason and Brenton Ship. Boat number 175, Taylor Tucker and Andy Kilgore. Boat number 176, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. My hands are killing me. 177, Jonathan Vincent and Wyatt Brown. Boat number 178, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. 179, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former anglers of the year, Wesley Sams and John Welburn. Boat number 181, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. Boat number 182, Thomas Garbox and Brad McNew. Boat number 183, Will Grisham and Andrew Fikes. 184, Danny Hurd and Fisher Hurd. Boat 185, Stephen Malaborski and Danya Zhang. 186, Barry Hubbard and Jason McCullers. 187, Trip Nugent and Morrell Deering. Multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 188, Mark McCagg and Tim Hurst. Two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former anglers of the year, Nolan Spitzer and Jonathan Reese. Boat number 190, Cameron Robinson and Jackson Brown. Boat number 191, Lucas Wright and Ryan Galati. Boat number 192, Trey Swindle and Sam George. Boat number 193, Ben Yarber and Tim Campbell. Boat number 194, Tyler Pendergrass and Clint Blackwood. Boat number 195, J.J. Atwell and Jason Phillips. Boat number 196, Robert Eret and Mike Russell. Boat number 197, Logan Chittum and Jacob McNary. Boat 198, Drew Hicks and Wesley Webster. Boat number 199, Chris Gore and Daryl Nelson. Boat number 200, last boat in this flight, Travis Loggins and Roy Loggins. Moving right along, boat number 101, Wayne Isaac and John Polk. Boat number 202, Johnny Patterson and Tom Messer. 203, Brian McFall and Brian Waldrop. Boat number 204, Jeff Seabolt and Joe Woods. Boat number 205, Donnie Story and Denver Satterley. Boat number 206, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Boat number 207, having a book signing today. Zachary Taylor and Josh Austin. Boat number 208, Rob Wright and Samuel Fowler. Boat number 209, William Carter and Chuck Medley. Boat 210, Hunter Brewer and Nathan Brewer. Boat number 210, I already said 210, Hunter Brewer and Nathan Brewer. Boat number 211, Michael Doty and Johnny Andrews. Boat number 212, Will Counts and Mark Jeffries. Boat number 213, Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Boat number 214, Larry House and Taylor House. 215, Sam Long and Jason Atkins. Boat number 216, Lisa Johnson and Jeff Holenhauser. Boat number 217, Scott Myers and Ryan Myers. Boat number 218, Chris McGregor and Smith McGregor. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 219, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. Boat number 220, Chris Piper and Kyle Smith. Boat number 221, Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Boat number 222, Jamie Toon and Marion Yawn. 223, Chris Webb and Heath Gilmore. Boat number 225, Matthew Campbell and Michael Campbell. And last, but certainly not least, but come on with it, boat number 225, Jeff Cannon. Jeff Cannon. There you have it, guys. 225 boats here at Pickwick Lake, Florence, Alabama. Second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Going to be a windy day here on the Tennessee River, but 225 boats went out. We're going to get out to Luke Duncan, who's already on people. Hopefully they're already catching fish. Luke, who are you on, and did they have anything in the boat?
This day I've caught up with one of our fan vote winners right here, the ABT champs from Wheeler Lake last year, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey, up close to Wilson Dam, and we got a crowd up here this morning. There's Donnie waving already. They got one fish in the boat. He said they're going to try to catch 4 more for us real fast. But kind of what we expected, a March tournament on Pickwick. You're going to have a lot of folks turn left out of McFarland Harbor, and I'd say we've got close to 30 boats up here from what we've counted so far. Just to the left of Donnie and Tony, you've got Jeremy Lamb and Blake Hall as well. And then we're kind of in the tail race right here, and then in the horseshoe, we've got a big crowd over there. But Donnie said right when we pulled up that the size, the first one they caught, is already bothering him a little bit. not the giant he wanted to see, but hoping to see them catch some big Pickwick Lake smallmouth that we all like to see here. Definitely some crazy conditions our anglers are going to deal with today. I said just a little earlier, if you like a tournament where you're going to get frostbite on your sunburn, this is one for you, because 80 degrees 2 days ago. Now we've got wind chills in the upper 20s, low 30s. We've got wind gusts up to 30 today. Definitely chilly on Pickwick Lake. not seen a ton of fish catching yet. We got up here, Miss Kay was still calling boat number 50 when we arrived. And we have not seen a lot of fish get caught so far, but not a ton of current this morning. The generation schedule has not been exactly wide open with the lack of rain we've had in the area, which is kind of rare for March. Donnie missed one there. It's a solid bet with these two. If they can get to around some concrete, get around a tail race, that's where they're going to be. They've got a win on Gunnersville in the ABT North a few years ago, and of course the big win last fall on Wheeler Lake in that ABT championship. Took on $50,000 up there. And two guys that probably know every rock on the bottom of this tail race right here.
That wind don't let you cast far.
It's brutal. Donnie said the wind don't let him cast far. And it's blowing right in their face. And as we watch Donnie and Tony, I've got to get Jared to pan over. There's a special guest in the horseshoe. Jared, let's show them. There's a fella, I don't know how well we can see it. We're running up through here and I said, Jared, is that a giant boat anchored up? And I think that when this guy wakes up for breakfast this morning and he looks around and sees 30 ABT boats, he's gonna wonder what in the world happened. I'm not real sure where he was going. You can't go a lot further than where he's at, and pretty shallow up there, but the SS Minnow might be beached right on one of the best current seams on this lake. I plan on making friends with that guy before it's over with, because I bet he's got a heater. Miss Kay's not the only one up there in the warmth. Winner of this event is going to take home $15,000 this afternoon, and potential contingencies. That Phoenix Boats bonus first flight going to pay $8,000 if you win this thing in a Phoenix. So a lot of money on the line. And coming into this event, Ms. Kay and I talked on the podcast. You know, you predict big weights on Pickwick, and I have no doubt we're going to see some heavy bags this afternoon at the weigh-in, but this weather is going to hamper a lot of our anglers today. And the word coming into today from a lot of the anglers I talked to was tough fishing You know, we've had this huge warm up. The water temperature is anywhere from 58 to 60, 62 in places. And I think the fish are confused for the time of year. You know, the water level's still low, so you don't have fish flooding the banks necessarily. And just a lot of things going on, a lot of pollen in the water, which is going to make live scope a little difficult depending on where you're at. So whoever wins today is definitely going to earn it. We've got Jason Duran and Darian Craig on the water as well. They're going to be more towards the midsection and lower end of Pickwick today, and I'm going to cover up around this Wilson Dam area. Like I said, looks like we're going to have plenty of anglers to cover, but we're starting on two of the kings of the Tennessee River, if you're asking me. Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey. You know, we do a fan vote now, and y'all got voted in the top 10. They wanted us to find you. You got to show off.
We're teaching them how to backline.
See, I could have showed them that, Tony. We didn't need y'all to show them that.
I ain't sure if I can feel it if he does find it.
Donnie said if he does get a bite, he's not sure if he can feel it because his hands are numb. get a couple different schools of thought with our anglers. Some of them don't like to fish in a crowd, and some of them don't mind it at all. And you can see right past Donnie and Tony there, you've got Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. They just cranked up, ran up above, and making another drift down. Everybody getting along fine, but you've got to mentally, you know, when you fish around these dams especially, you've got to be prepared. You're going to see other teams catch fish when you may not be having the morning you want to have. Like that, I think Blake Hall's got one on. Blake's hooked up. Jeremy getting the net. Right on cue. Jumped like a big smallmouth. Yeah, that was a nice one right there. Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. It's 105. Boat 105, Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. That's a good one. That's what I'm talking about. You're gonna see that when you're up here, and you can see a lot of your competition. But that's just life at the dam. You're gonna see people catch fish, or maybe somebody come through here in a minute fishing with live bait that catches 5 pounders right in front of you. You just never know. But that's why Donnie and Tony are so good. They spend so much time up here. They can block that out and make adjustments and catch them where they're at, where they want to be. And you know, they had an earlier boat number than Blake and Jeremy, so they got to be where they wanted. They got their pick. It's a pretty good shot that Jared's bringing you guys right there, showing you the close quarters. It looks a little closer on camera than they actually are, but Blake and Jeremy are, you know, casting towards Donnie and Tony. Good morning, Darian Craig from frozen Pickwick Lake. How are you?
Oh, it's good, man. It's warm down here on this end of the lake. That's a major joke. That's a big joke. We've got, the only thing that's heating up over here is Cameron Gotten and Mr. Cox. They are, I don't know if they got any yet this morning, but they're firing on them. They really wanted to start that, I believe. It's kind of a spot we've seen them at the past several times, but Ty Cox, Cameron Gotten.
Well, I know Cox and Galtney are hoping to keep their momentum going. They had a top 10 there at Gunnersville. Definitely some favorites coming into this event on Pickwick. So much experience on this pond.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I think, especially when these guys have a ton of experience on this entire river, but especially here on Pickwick. And like you said, carrying momentum and being able to start on a spot that you want to start on, I think, is a huge deal. Not having to bounce around too much, get right where you want to be at, and start catching fish.
Donnie Beck hooked up. Oh, big smallmouth. Almost jumped over the console of the boat. It jumped so high. There we go. Donnie Beck doing Donnie Beck things right there. Being a little stingy out here for him so far. That'll be fish number 2, Beck and Harvey. I believe you said that's an almost 4-pounder maybe? Maybe 3.5. Nice smallmouth. Number 2. 3-pounder, he says. When it jumped, it looked like a 5-pounder where I was standing. I was grabbing for the net.
Yeah.
all the years you guys have fished in these tail races, how do y'all deal with the crowds? Do you just kind of block it out and do your thing, or?
Yeah, you got to if you want. So, sometimes it gets deep. Like anything else, I guess you got to just learn to deal with it or go somewhere else.
That's a fact. You could have ran all the way down to the other end.
That's the main reason I don't go in there.
I got you. Yeah, it gets a little bumper boats in there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear Donnie, but he said it's one of those things, if you don't like it, you fish somewhere else, because that's just what happens. But when you look over their shoulder up towards the horseshoe and you see all the boats shoulder to shoulder up there, he said that's the reason he doesn't enjoy fishing in the horseshoe, because it gets a little too crowded for him.
Well, the biggest thing.
Definitely haven't seen any boats leave this area. We keep getting more more boats added to the party, whether it's locals or more ABT boats that are sliding up here above the bridge as the morning goes on.
Gotta wind up on
I completely understand. I told Hunter Brewer this morning, this is one of those days I'm glad that I'm getting to do this and not having to do that. As much as I love catching them, these conditions are wild. Welcome back, Darian.
I think we done got the audio figured out, Luke.
Yeah, it sounded like you were in a washing machine a couple times. I'm not gonna lie. But
No,
you
it wasn't
sounded
the
like
washing
you were
machine.
on,
I was down there
camera.
by the heater.
Yeah, yeah. I believe that.
Well, we're on.
Of everything that you're
We're-
going to
we're
say
on
today,
Cox and
I
Dotney.
believe that the most.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. We're on Cox and Gotney, and we honestly don't know if they've caught any yet. We've had to kind of work around them because of the sun. We had some audio issues, but I believe they started on the spot they wanted to. And if you want me to be honest, Luke, there is not a boat in sight of where I'm at right now. I mean, I literally do not see one bass boat. There's not a single bass boat in sight at all.
I cannot say the same. We got bass boats. We got a cruise ship up here. It's hauling a dinghy behind it. I can't wait to see the guy walk out when he wakes up. Surrounded by bass boats. He may be in the tournament, actually. I'm not sure. Might be Sam George and Trey Swindle. I didn't check it for an orange flag yet. We're here with Beck and Harvey, and they've got two. We've seen Blake Hall and Jeremy Land catch one big smallmouth. Looked like a 4+ from where I was standing. Of course, as you know, the name of the game up here is hurry up and wait. Don't get a ton of bites usually. But the guys that know this area very well and stick with it, once people start peeling out of here, they just pick them off one at a time. And then by the end of the day, they usually have a bag. Something we talk about a lot in the Alabama Bass Trail being a team series, you know, how these partners interact together, and especially the ones that they fish together forever, like Donnie and Tony, like a Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst, so many others that are super successful out here for so many years. You watch how the ebb and flow works on the boat, you know. Donnie and Tony are in Tony's boat. Well, I think Tony might be hooked up. If they're hooked up or hung. Donnie didn't seem to get too excited, so. But Tony he broke off, so he had to retie. Donnie immediately slides up to the front of the boat, Tony immediately goes to the back after he reties, and I mean, nobody has a problem with that. Who's running the trolling motor, doesn't matter. Like they understand that. No way, show us that. Tony just lost a crankbait, and he just caught his crankbait. I mean, you're doing something right.
We've got Gautney and Cox kind of fishing in an area that is a pretty popular area, honestly, all year long. This entire stretch, there's about a, I don't know, 6 or 7 mile stretch that's all really good, kind of the same type of stuff, and just wherever the fish get at, a bunch of different flats and high spots, and in the summertime it's good grass spots. But crazy thing that I did not expect to see is that there's literally not another boat in sight, and typically all year long that is not the case. But from where we're sitting right now, you can't see a single another, like you can't see one more bass boat. Kind of just the area between the Trace Bridge and 7 Mile is pretty empty. Not a lot of boats. Well, Jason Duran, I know that you just made quite a run, and you're probably pretty chilly right now, albeit you have the heated seats in the Phoenix. But talk to us about where you just ran to, who you're chasing, and what the weather's like down there.
You know, we took out a trace bridge this morning, and I think we ran with the whole field down here. We are at as far as you can go, truthfully. Opposite from where takeoff was. We're at, we're literally in Tennessee. So we made a long run. There's a lot of guys down here. They kept passing us coming this way, and so we just kept coming with them. So we'll bounce around down here. Catch up with them for sure. This is boat 178, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. Morning, guys. How are y'all? A little boat ride, yeah. Right what you need, right? They say it's got a south wind. That's right, you're covering a lot of water for sure. Said they had a south wind. Alright, trying to see if they can see some spawning. I can't hear what he's saying. It's covered up pretty good this morning. Trying to say when. They talked to him earlier this week. They said they had seen some smallmouth spawning. And spent the whole day. Spent the whole day Tuesday. So he said cold front kind of gets them pushed up on these rocks.
We'll get 1 or 2 bites too, we'll be way ahead of the game.
Yes, sir. That's for sure. get a couple bites here, they'll be way ahead of the game.
That 7-pounder run up there and didn't get it.
Oh, wow. So we had a big one run up there and didn't get it. be a 5-pounder. Sweet.
I seen you.
Really solid fish. Nice solid fish going in the box.
Well, we made a little move over to the horseshoe with all of our rowdy friends. We caught up with Lance Whitaker, Jeremy Briscoe, who have won on this pond before in the Alabama Bass Trail.
4?
Just over their shoulders, we got Hunter and Nathan Brewer. We saw them net one as soon as we pulled up. So the Brewer boys know this place is very well. Nathan had a win here in March on the Alabama Bass Trail just a few years ago with David Surratt in the boat. Just above them, we got Trey Swindle and Sam George. And beyond that, I hadn't introduced myself to everybody just yet. But we're gonna get to know everybody before it's all said and done. Definitely the typical March on Pickwick tail race day as far as the numbers. Can't have a tournament here this time of year and it not be crowded in these parts.
Okay, so he had the male fish first and he dropped it to catch the female. So it's definitely on the bed. It's got a 7 down there behind it that they'll catch later today that's just not ready yet. Does sunshine help that get ready? Will the sun help that get ready? What's going to help her get ready better? What's going to help her get ready better? The sun? We got the walkers here with this replaying this fish catch here. Got a good hood scout there. You know, he's live scoping this. Gonna go for the net. Go for the scoop and get it in the boat. It's a 471 after we put it on the scale. Lance said, I mean, to win this thing, we've got to get rid of that one. We're looking for him over 5 today. But they said there's a 7-pounder down there behind it. That's the male fish that's on the bed, actually. So these boys made a 70-mile run, probably at least. Come down here and fish all the water that they can fish at this point. So they said they would start here and work their way back. There are some teams in the area with us down here also made this run. Got the sunshine on the rocks today. Water temperature down here is 63. I'm sitting in about 20 foot of water, and obviously it runs up to the bank there. But this riprap, it's been warm here all week, and cool weather this morning, these rocks are still warm, so kind of holding these fish up there. Got another one. Got another one. Not as big as that other one. At this point, we're just looking for 5. One in the box. Say it again?
You see what my job is, right?
Yeah, net man, managing fish. Probably have to get a couple drinks every now and then, snacks.
Trying to increase the Gatorade.
Yeah.
So his arm don't get tired.
Yeah. There's another one. Got a drone probably there. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, catfish.
Catch the catfish now.
It's lunchtime now.
Today you took catfish, drum, fry. Amazing how big things come.
Well guys, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this. Do not miss the fishing action from Pickwick, ABT North. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by Phoenix Boats and brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AmFirst Credit Union, by 13 Fishing, Larry Puckett Chevrolet, and by Jax. It's all about the South. Live coverage returns right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The Shoals #1 hit music station.
Great. Very good.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
This is Jax Country, where fishing season is getting an early start. So drop anchor at Jax for the Catfish Basket, just $6.49. 3 pieces of crispy southern fried catfish, a fresh, always made from scratch biscuit, and your choice of 1 classic Jax Country side. The fish aren't the only ones biting today. So hurry in for a Jax Catfish Basket before it's gone. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Pickwick Lake in Florence, Alabama. There you're looking at McFarland Park, chock full of bass boats ready to go. 225 teams from 10 different states participating today. Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Florida, Arkansas, and even California. We are here for the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail. $64,000 out on the line with $15,000 for first place prize. And as you can see, the fishing action has already started from dam to dam. You have Luke Duncan covering up at the Wilson Dam, and then Jason is down in Tennessee, I guess, covering down there with Lance and Cole Walker. We're going to get out on the water. One of the things that we do here at Pickwick is we do our bait prediction out on the water because our cameras are so widespread here on Pickwick. So we're going to go ahead and get out on the water and talk to the guys and see what they think their bait predictions should be for today. We're going to start off with Mr. Luke Duncan, who is up in the tail races, I think in the horseshoe, actually, on Pickwick. So, Luke, tell us what you're thinking about your bait prediction today.
Well, Miss Kay, anytime I get anywhere near this concrete over my shoulder, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a Crush City Mayor swim bait on a jig head. We're going to see a lot of this today. They're also probably going to mix in some of that Ned BLT for some of these potentially spawning smallmouth. But I'm going to say that a swimmer is going to take the W below Wilson Dam today. That's my pick.
Well, Luke, that's a good choice. And you know a lot about the river, but one thing about me, this is my, I don't know, 3rd year doing these bait picks. I think I've gotten every single bait pick right that I've ever guessed. I will say that this is the one I'm a little nervous about. The weather's a little colder than I thought. But I'm going the 5-inch Ion Tilapia Magic right here from NetBait. I'm wacky rigging this guy. Look, I'm probably not going to get a ton of bites until it warms up, to be dead honest with you. I'm probably somewhere up on the bank getting some hand warmers, a little buddy heater. But when the sun gets up and it warms up, the fish are going to move up. They're up shallow. They're spawning right now. They're just waiting on this guy to come swimming by. So will this be my 50th tournament in a row to guess the bait right? Probably so. Jason, what you got?
Well, I will say it is the 2nd week in a row I've picked the same bait as somebody else. Last week it was me and Darian. This week it's me and Luke. And Luke, you went with the Mayor because it's a great bait to fish. I'm going with the Mayor today because we are actually with the mayors of Counce, Tennessee right here. And we're in Tennessee, believe it or not. I know it's the Alabama Bass Trail, but we're fishing Tennessee today. I'm going with the Mayor because it is the scope and bait today that we're going to catch these smallmouth off the bed on. So we've been watching it already this morning, going to work. So let's see, at the end of the day, who catches them all. Thank you guys for staying in. The Mayor, let's go get them. Let's watch the Mayors a little more. These guys have already got 2 in the box. Got one's probably 3 and one that's over 4. Cole had one during our break, set the hook on one that was another good one. Missed it. So that's 4 bites if you count the catfish. Sneak one in on him back there. Luke, I finally get to talk to you.
Well, you spent all morning running all over the place, son, in the cold.
Well, I called you 2 times yesterday and got your voicemail. You know, I got your voicemail. I guess you were fishing all day yesterday.
Well, we were fishing, breaking in a motor. We were doing all sorts of things yesterday, Jason, in the 40-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah. Well, we found all the water we could find. We literally went into the other dam. So these guys have got 2 in the box already. Got one over 4. Have been looking at one. I don't know how they scope them and tell the weight of them, but got one 7 on the bed back there. They're going to check back on here a little bit later. So I guess you get good at scoping. You can pick out what size they are and what they weigh.
Listen, those Walker boys tell me how big a fish is. I believe it. Especially on this pond. Kind of like this team we're on right now, Hunter and Nathan Brewer. If they tell me where it's going down or how big a fish is, I definitely believe it. Of course, Nathan's won here many times over the years, but won an ABT here a few years back in March. And Hunter just came off a big win, had 30 pounds at Guntersville last weekend.
Yeah.
So got Paw and the grandson out here in the Phoenix this morning. And Hunter told me this morning that it's tough. We've seen them net one from a distance. I haven't really got to talk to them. And you know, Jason, when you're up here in the horseshoe, I really hate to yell and ask, hey, what do you got? You know, everybody's trying to be as secretive as they can, even though everybody's fishing on top of each other. Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep my distance. It's a lot of fun being up here around so many boats, but it's also, you know, it's kind of chaotic. You got to be careful where your boat's at.
Only fun because you don't have a rod in your hand right now. If you had a rod in your hand, that wouldn't be that much fun because you're fighting for your position for sure.
That's a fact.
How's the water level up there? You know, we've been talking, it's been low. I heard later in the week they kind of started bringing it up a little bit.
It's not, I forget the exact number it's at. I haven't looked this morning, but it's fine. You know, it has definitely came up. It's not at Winter Pool all the way down. Yeah. They've got plenty of water. And a matter of fact, there was a couple boats when we first got up here. Kay was still calling boat numbers, and there were a couple guys that ran kind of the back of the horseshoe, and I held my breath because I was waiting for them to lose a little unit. But they made it. Yeah. They made it, and so that told me that was a little higher than I thought it was going to be.
Wow, that is good. Got to get those smallmouth going up there for sure. You know, this cold front may hurt them a little bit. But you got any current coming around you?
No, it's other than wind. You know, we started out in the tail race on Donnie Beck. Yeah, the wind will definitely create some current. It's creating it right here where we're at. I know that. But we started out the tail race with Beck and Harvey and Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb, and you know, I was anchor locked up out there. You know, just kind of holding position, and man, it's not much current at all. I can see boats out there now drifting the seam on the edge of the horseshoe, and it's minimal. Not a ton of current.
Yeah.
But really I still think this tournament can be. You do, but man, there's so many big fish up here, and when the horseshoe's in play, which a lot of these, I'm sure there are a few smallies in here bedding, but could be a bunch of them in here staging up as well. To spawn, so you know, we could see a really big bag come from up here today. We've not seen it so far. We've seen some nice fish get caught, but we've not seen anybody, you know, just hammer out a big limit just yet. But slow and steady usually wins the race up here. Though you'll get people get fired up. They come up here and they'll stay for a couple hours and they'll start to leave. And then guys like the Brewers, Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey, you know, a Trey Swindle, Sam George that know this area really well. Jason Cannon, J.D. Bedford are up here. I saw on the tracker. Those guys, this is where if they come to Pickwick Lake this time of year, it's where they spend all their time. And they know at some point during the day they're going to get 6 to 8 bites that could win it. So they're going to stay all day long. They're committed to it. And those are the guys that typically outlast everybody up here with that mentality. Because it can be tough, man. I mean, the weights, Right. It looks good at the end of the day on paper most of the time, but it can be really, really long, tough tournament days up here, even when you catch 25 pounds.
Yeah.
What's interesting for me is kind of like the dynamic you've got down there with Lance and Cole, is you've got, you know, I grew up fishing against Lance, and Lance taking everybody's money down here. Now you got Cole on the trolling motor mainly, and he's a fantastic scoper, and Lance runs the net, you know, back in the back and provides moral support. And it's just like Nathan and Hunter here. You know, you got the grandson, you got Hunter scoping up front, and you got Paw just dragging in the back. It's funny to see how we've evolved.
That's exactly
you know?
what's. I mean, we picked up a spinnerbait a minute ago over here, and you know, Lance said, "You see what my job is?" He said, "You know, I get the Gatorades, I encourage him. You know, I grab the net, I take off his fish. You know, I mean, I'm just along for the ride. You know, it's a team event, but you know, we got one of the best scopers around right here, and you know, Dad just trying to take care of him. So it's a good day.
I will say though, now Lance will eventually get tired of it and want him to take him and let him throw a jig somewhere for a little bit, get it out of the system. I've seen that trick. I've seen that trick.
Yeah.
Like, take me over there and let me throw that jig in the bluff for a second. Okay, I got it on the system.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, guys, we definitely have the whole lake covered. I'm not going to lie, I clicked over to Facebook Live earlier to watch a little bit of the fishing, and because y'all are seeing a lot more action than what I'm seeing here on the middle lake area. And what's so strange, man, is there's just no boats around.
You know, Darian, talking to a lot of guys in practice, that area seemed to be really stingy for some reason this week. I talked to several teams, and you know, I'm with you. I'm surprised too, because that area holds so many bass typically, and a lot of boats most of the time when we have an ABT event here. But you know, that section, the live scope bite, has been really, really good the last few years, and with this pollen in the water and all this wind today, I'm wondering if that hindered a lot of people. You know, we talked to a couple boats as soon as we got up here. Jeremy Holden was the first boat I ran into. He had been catching them all the way down at Bear Creek, and he said with this wind forecast, there was a 0% chance I was going there. So he you know, called an audible and came up here. So maybe you got some of that going on with that midsection.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And just looking at the trackers, there is some your good scoping teams, I'll say, that we typically see catching on scoping. They're like you said. I mean, if that's the report that you got that the scope bite's good right here, there is some scoping teams around, but dude, just not a lot at all. And honestly, I've never been to Pickwick in a tournament and ever seen this few of boats in this stretch. So, but that, you know, that does make a lot of sense. If the wind is up, the pollen's in the water, it's definitely got some color to it. If it's hard to read them, you know, on live scope, or you know, that does make a lot of sense. So, going to be interesting for sure. I know they're definitely still going to bite, because this is just the time of year when giants are biting on Pickwick.
You know, I had somebody tell me earlier this week that we would see a 10-pounder today, and man, I hope they're right.
Well, I even said that on the intro. Yeah, no, I said that on the intro. The TV show open was in March. It's like you know that it's going to be smallmouth dominated, or usually is smallmouth dominated. But this is also the time of year when somebody catches a 10-pounder. I said that on the opening. Like, you see a 10-pounder in March on Pickwick, and it's caught on a trap somewhere near where I'm at usually.
That's a fact. And you know, you look at like Pickwick Winter Trail this winter. There were several 10-pounders weighed in, several 30-pound stringers. You know, and I feel like really the last opportunity when the fish are at their heaviest before they spawn, you know, before the biggest wave of spawners, I think will be right now, you know, for us to see one of the biggest bags that we could see on Pickwick in an ABT. It would be in March, you know. If we're going to break 30, it would be in this event. I wish we had a little better conditions, just like I'm sure 225 teams do as well, because it's not easy out here. You know, I talked to Sam George, Trey Swindle this morning, and before takeoff, and they were like, man, the way that wind's blowing, we're going to be protected by the dam. It's going to be nice up there. They were wrong, Darian. It's it seems to be creating quite the funnel where we're at. It's like they're not running current, they're running wind today at Wilson Dam. I have to keep my back to it to keep from blowing the folks at home their ears out. Also see now we got Walt Roberts and Bill Mayo sneaking up, getting close to Hunter and Nathan. No shortage of boats. That is for sure. And then you got me in the middle, just trying not to upset anybody.
Sometimes hard to do up there, Luke.
Very hard to do, buddy. I have felt like you, where you get right where people are casting. You know, we give you a hard time on ABT Live for that a couple times. That's been me all morning, pretty much.
Well, the difficult part is you don't know when you need to move left or right or stay still, and it's like, dude, I'm just sorry.
Well, yeah, and up here you can literally, you could catch a bass casting at any angle because there's so many different rock piles. And now, you know, in 2026 with live scope being so dominant, we talk about this a lot covering these teams. They may be throwing 50 yards to the right at 1 second and then kick back around and throwing at your trolling motor the next because they see something that catches their attention. So. And we're seeing that some of the teams are definitely, you know, used to you kind of blind fished around up here, but now with technology, we don't have to do that. And you're seeing a lot of scoping up here for sure in this shallow water.
Well, Luke, we've got an ABT winning team right up ahead of us, so I think we're going to try to catch up with them real quick, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, be safe. We'll see you in just a few. If you're just tuning in on this fine Saturday morning, this is stop number 2 of the Alabama Bass Trail's North Division on Pickwick Lake out of Florence, Alabama. We sent 225 teams out here on the Tennessee River this morning. $15,000 going to go to our first place team this afternoon, plus potential contingencies like Phoenix first flight money. $8,000 if you win in a Phoenix boat. Certainly what Nathan and Hunter Brewer are hoping happens this afternoon. It would be Nathan's second win in the Alabama Bass Trail in March on Pickwick. So that's kind of what I was just talking about with Darian. Hunter pulled up the power poles, immediately moves left on us, and I feel like I'm in the way all of a sudden. Shift around a little bit here. Also, if you're watching this from your warm couch, I'm jealous of that right now. We got a pretty steady, I'm going to call it about a 15 to 20 mile an hour northeast wind with gusts to 30 at times, and it is got a little bite to it this morning on Pickwick Lake. The good news is, as far as boat rides are concerned, is it's not blowing up the river against the current, what little current that we have. It's flowing downriver, but there will be some areas that get a little bumpy by way in this afternoon. We were talking about 10-pounders just a little earlier, Darian and I, and Miss Kay hit us with an ABT trivia fact right here. The largest bass in ABT history was weighed in right here, March 2017, a 1036. Jeremy Christian and Logan Johnson. So we hope history repeats itself in March of 2026. If anybody wants to hear that, Jared, get some Jim Cantori right here. The wind. Let's do a weather update from Pickwick. This is turn around. Let's show them right into the sun. You can see all the boats behind us. We're going to start working our way, but you can see that wind. My buddies Trey Swindle and Sam George were wrong, ladies and gentlemen. The dam is not blocking the wind. It is absolutely gassing. And I look like the kid from A Christmas Story. I've got so many clothes on, so it's almost blowing me over as we watch all the teams here. If you're having beautiful weather in your area, all you have to do to get a change is invite Miss Kay Donaldson to come. If Miss Kay and the crew show up, your weather is changing. It's a guarantee.
Made a little move, a little bit closer towards, closer to Florence, and I believe we've caught up boat number 73, Davidson and Fikes. Now I will say this, I've messed this up before. I'm 98.5% sure this is who we're watching right now, but there's about a 1.5% chance this is not them. They're bundled up. This is two young guys. They're just basing off of their fishing style, boat, what they're wearing. I'm pretty certain it's them, but haven't been able to get a confirmation. So it's always, you know, there was a story once upon a time where I thought I was covering Zeke Gossett, and Zeke's dad was in the comments watching and made sure we knew that was not indeed Zeke. So if that's happening right now, my bad. But as Luke said, he got a fishing report earlier this week that the scope bite was good in this area, but I think the overall fishing was not that good. It's kind of what I was getting from what Luke said. But these guys are scoping. There's a team out here to our right. They might be in the middle of the river channel or close to it. Those guys are scoping. And then there's another team about 300 yards ahead of us. And those guys are scoping as well. So not a lot of just old school fishing, trapping, chatterbaiting going on around here. But maybe there's some big ones lurking around. And we've got from the Facebook voting. The past few weeks we've done this chase cam vote, and every vote that gets entered through the comments actually gets tallied, and we really do chase those guys down. This team is one of the people that was voted on. That Luke started on was voted on. The team that Jason started on was voted on. So we really are taking your suggestions and trying to cover all the guys that y'all are voting for. But since we got a bunch of votes this week, we chose 3 winners. They've already been reached out to online, but wanted to just call their names out, I guess, so they know that they won a ABT hat. We got Logan McKenzie, Janice Reese, and Chip Copeland. Logan McKenzie, Janice Reese, Chip Copeland. They commented and voted on who they wanted us to go follow. So let's make sure and remind you guys, see these polls that we do on Facebook, commenting, all the lives. When you comment, we actually...
This is boat 108, Scott Lentz and Drew Thornton. Guys, what kind of weight you got this morning?
We got 2 so far.
2? Any size?
Kyle, there's 2.5 pounders.
How was practice?
Not good.
Not good, huh?
Not at all.
It's a total different day today, though, right?
It is.
It's wintertime again.
Yeah, it's cold. It was a cold run up here.
It sure was.
Well, I had a little audio issue. I don't know exactly where we lost off at, but just wanted to say thanks to all the people who are commenting. We are reading the comments and giving, we're giving out prizes almost every time we do some sort of live or post or guessing event. We're trying to do reward the commenters by giving stuff away, and we'll do that again here in a little bit for this tournament, guessing the weight. We'll talk about that here soon, but thank y'all for joining this morning. We got good numbers on Facebook and YouTube, so appreciate y'all spending your mornings with us.
These guys here are just fishing a little point. It's off the main channel. There are 2 little creeks that kind of just come out here. This is the point that divides the 2. Got 2 fish in the box, 2 small ones instead. Wasn't really a great practice for them, as we've heard a few guys say already. Got to move around today for sure, because it's definitely a different day than it has been all week. Water temperature is still stable, but wind temperature and air temperature, not the same. Very different day today than any day we've had this week. Cold front's going to kind of coming back a little bit. The sun comes out this afternoon. It should turn them on a little more. collie taken out of this cove as well. They looked over at them, gave them a thumbs up, and they looked at me and gave a thumbs down. So I guess that's a sign that they need to move on. So they're going to make a run out of here as well. And they're headed, we'll call it west at this point, down lake. All right, I think we got Darren and Luke coming back on. We're gonna make a run and catch up with a couple more teams.
Well, Luke, I'll let you fire this thing up. Where are you looking at?
Well, I got Team LOB right here. Little Trey Swindle and Sammy George. They've got one bass that they just caught, and they made a very you know, kind of game time decision, Darian, on where they were going to fish. They like to fish all over the place on Pickwick, and they spent a lot of time up here in the tail race, but considering the fact that little Sam George had an emergency appendectomy about 4 or 5 days ago, they decided to not take the Phoenix into any waves whatsoever because Sam can barely idle without hurting right now. So they made the short journey to the horseshoe, but had a really good practice.
Emergency appendectomy, huh?
Yep. I think Dr. Kip George did it at the Christmas tree farm. That's what we're hearing. Sam, is that true? Kip George operated on you with a pocket knife?
Yeah.
That's how it went. Kitchen table, Darian, on the kitchen table.
I'd trust that more than I'd trust Trey Swindle working on me.
That's a fact. Who have you got down there, Darian, in the wind?
I'm on boat number 140, Kyle and Cornette, and they are in a little, I mean, sneaky little situation they got going on. Some backwater.
Really?
Motors all the way trimmed up. There's some cattails blowing in the wind.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't got to talk to them yet. They're pretty good ways away.
Are they catching any?
Yeah,
Are they catching any
some
bass? Oh, okay. Haven't got to talk to them.
Yeah, we literally are just slowly trolling in here to this area, but very shallow, very windy, and very, I mean, if I was a bass, I'd live right where they're throwing right now. I'm probably blocking the camera view just because of the wind and how shallow it is, but I mean, I would prefer to fish this area that they're throwing into on a little bit warmer of a day. I don't think they can choose that.
Well, you know, a lot of times, if the bass do commit and they get up there where those guys are at, one cold night won't knock them out of there once the water temperature gets as warm as it is, you know, a lot of times. Darian, I think Sam George has a trivia fact about Trey Swindle. Sam, what were you telling us about Trey Swindle on Pickwick Lake? He's never caught a smallmouth bass on Pickwick? He says that Trey Swindle has never caught a smallmouth on Pickwick Lake. I don't know that that's a good stat to have, Darian, when you're looking at the dam. and Trey's running the trolling motor. Sam might want to change partners.
Is this an actual fact, or is Sam just giving him a hard time?
I have no idea. The wind's blowing so hard, I get about every third word, and I'm 20 feet from him. So I don't know. It's so tough, man, to hear what's actually happening. Like you and I talked earlier, you Zig and the team you're covering zags. Everybody's scoping around, they're moving around, and it's man, it's tough. I'm just trying to get out of everybody's way. And then, like you said, I keep my back to the wind for the microphone, so I miss about half the thing every team we talk to says. Not a whole lot of catching going on up here, though, from what I can see. And we're just trying to hop to as many teams as we can. Haven't made it all the way to the back of the horseshoe yet. We're still about halfway back, and the bulk of the boats seem to be as far back as they can get. But I will say, right when we pulled up before we went live, something that Sam and Trey pointed out. Of course, we're looking at Wilson Dam, so you have Wilson Lake above that. And this wind direction for Wilson Lake, especially on the lower end of Wilson Lake, it gets really wide. It's white capping over the floodgates up here. You can see water actually coming over the dam because it's like a washing machine on Wilson today. It would appear. We love us some Wilson Lake in the Alabama Bass Trail, but I'm glad we're not there today.
Luke, I spent a couple days bass fishing this week.
Really?
Well, I heard you say you went fishing this week. I went fishing a couple days this week and saw a lot of fish on the bed, and I was able to wrangle a couple of them in, sight fishing them, probably, I don't know, 15 or 20 sight fish this week. And I thought of you. My question is, are they doing that on Pickwick right now? And you said earlier you don't think this one cold night's going to knock them back. I agree with that. Do you think we're going to see some sight fishing today?
I don't know if you'll actually see any sight fish get caught. I've sight fished down here a bunch over the years, and when the water level is low like this, it can be hard to find an area where you can actually see them a lot of times, and especially as much pollen as we have in the water too, because I feel like these early bedders will bed a little deeper because they know the water level could get yanked out from under them. I've always thought that. That was one of my dad's theories. You know, if they start spawning early before that water gets full, it's almost like they're nervous in a sense. I've always thought that, but I would say we definitely have some bass spawning. I'd say some, you know, we got water temperatures, well, it's 56 the closer I've got to the back of the horseshoe, 57. But, you know, these smallmouth will bed in upper 50s, low 60s. So I'd say there's probably a few smallmouth on bed that moved up here this week. And then I would say there's some largemouth on bed. You know, we heard that with the walkers earlier, trying to live scope some up. So would not surprise me to see some guys pull some bedding fish off some stumps on some main river bars if they can sit on them with this wind today. But I think the bulk of the spawn is definitely a long, you know, I won't say a long ways away, but it's still yet to come. You know, the water level will be full by mid-April, and really all the sight fishing I've done on this lake is like mid-April to, I mean, really on up into May.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I was fishing on an area, on a body of water that you got to pay to go fish at, roughly $200 a day, near the Mississippi line. Much shallower, much more protected, no cold. The water was actually in the upper 60s and 71, 72, so they were really doing it there.
Yeah, I was on a lake this week that saw a lot of beds. It was interesting. Fish had gone up and made a ton of beds, but not a lot of fish on those beds. You'd find like one male every 10 beds you'd find or so. But when you would live scope in general areas around where all the beds were, you would see really big fish that seemed to be females, but they would follow your bait, not commit, not bite, just almost out there warming themselves, like waiting to make that push. It was interesting.
They must have been watching the weather forecast and knew this cold was coming.
Exactly, exactly. It's like they don't trust it. They're like, I don't think this is right. The time is not right. But you know, at my house, just 40 minutes north of here, the dogwoods are blooming, cherry trees. I mean, it's that time of year. We're a little ahead of schedule. So yeah, I'd say, to answer your first question, yeah, I'd say there are bass on the bed on Pickwick. If somebody catches one sight fishing today, you know, good for them. But it's not going to be easy.
I was a pretty good bit south of here. I was roughly, I don't know, 2 hours southwest. But I think we're getting close enough to ask these guys a question. Y'all got them this morning, guys? 5? What do they weigh?
About 14, probably.
Yeah, 14. Was practice pretty good in here? No good. What do you think the cold's going to do to them?
I don't know. I feel like it didn't hurt yet.
Yeah, that's good. That's what Luke just said. He said he doesn't think the one cold night's going to mess it up too much.
I really think they're moving. They're still moving. I mean, I don't think it knocked them down.
That's good. That means Luke Duncan was right. I was hoping you'd say the exact opposite.
I think it hurt on me.
Yeah, he said no. He said they're all leaving. Luke, he said that one cold night messed everything up. They're getting out of here.
You forget you got a microphone on, son. I can hear them. They said Luke Duncan's the smartest person they've ever heard. I heard them.
Yeah. No, he said he watched your YouTube video and learned all his tricks from you.
Yeah. Well, he's going to finish dead last then. He better be careful with that. Darian, Sam and Trey have moved to the bank of the horseshoe, and I've got a glide bait and another big swimmer. No way. Sam George just said they just had a 6 or 7 pounder miss the glide bait. We're gonna hang right here for a second with this show before we move on to some of these other boats. A little birdie told me they might have caught a couple big ones in practice doing this. See, like that, Darian, you know, big largemouth tries to get on a glide on the bank on these rocks. You got to think that fish is either spawning or potentially setting up to spawn.
No, I totally agree.
Darren, are you seeing, I know you said earlier you didn't see a ton of bass boats where you were at. You know, I know there's another big tournament going to go on next week, and I believe practice started for a lot of people today too. You seeing any extra boats running around?
I actually haven't. I mean, obviously there's boats around and running, but you just assume they're ABT guys, but I'm not seeing a lot of boats at all, honestly.
If I had a big tournament next week and I had this weather for my first day of practice, I'd be watching ABT live right now and just waiting on tomorrow.
1,000,000%. The best thing that's happened to me this morning was the Jack's in Florence opens at 4 a.m. So I was able to swing through there, grab a couple of biscuits, and get the day started off right. I love it. Here's the thing about Jack's. All the other restaurants, all the other fast food situations, first off, their food's not good. Second, they open at like 7, which I don't know what y'all are thinking. Jack's knows how to support the fishermen. They know who their clientele is. Working man up early, man headed to the lake. They open at 4.
Them bass fishermen, turkey hunters, crappie fishermen, they're catering to us at Jack's. See, I had to stop at a little, just across the Tennessee-Alabama line, a little local spot, little gas station biscuit this morning for me because Jack's is out of my way. coming to the restaurant, coming to the boat ramp, excuse me. And I, though, Darian, when I walked in, ran into Nathan Brewer, ABT champ. So I got the scoop this morning waiting on a biscuit from Nathan Brewer on how Pickwick was going to fish. So that's how my morning started, about 4:45.
That's a solid pull.
Yeah, I like that was a pretty good breakfast stop. I've said it a bunch today, but this area is not known for getting just a ton of bites. Definitely known more for quality. And then you add what we got Trey and Sam doing, throwing big baits. You know, it can make for a slow day. All right, we appreciate everybody tuning in this morning for stop number 2, the ABT North. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back to Florence, Alabama for more Pickwick action in just a few moments.
Alabama Bass Trail live coverage is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored in part by Garmin, Rapala, Crush City, VMC, by Mountain Dew, and by Thompson Tractor Company. We'll be right back with more live coverage after these messages.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, pro angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Jax believes the key to rising and shining is dining. So kick off your day with 2 pork chop biscuits for only $5.55. You'll be shining so bright you might be tempted to share them. Or not. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, McFarland Park, Pickwick Lake in Florence, Alabama. We welcome you back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio and on the banks of Pickwick Lake. I do, before we get back out to Luke and talking about all good things to Garmin, I do want to recognize a few people that we've been thinking about and praying about for a good bit of time. Miss Sugar Walker is recovering well down at UAB. She's been in and out of the hospital since November. One of our treasured anglers in the ABT South Division. Sugar, we are thinking about you and we are pulling for you and we are praying for you daily that you rejoin us, if not at Lake Martin, maybe at Logan Martin. Another success story, Parker Humber. Most of you have probably seen Parker's story on Facebook. Starting on October the 3rd, 2025, Parker sustained an accident and underwent double lung transplant at Vanderbilt, and today he is home. They welcomed him home yesterday, so just 6 months shy of his accident, he is back home. So Parker, we hope that you're tuned in to Alabama Bass Trail Live. We are so proud of you, and we know that God did a great work in your life, and we're so thankful to have you and can't wait to possibly have you back on the Alabama Bass Trail one day. And then Mr. Spencer Lynn is not with us today. He and Donna, I don't think, have missed an Alabama Bass Trail tournament since we started, but Spencer is going to undergo heart surgery on Monday and could not be with us today. So our thoughts and prayers are with him and Donna, and we know that he'll pull through. But we are a family here at the Alabama Bass Trail, and we pray for each other, and we send good thoughts and prayers to our anglers. And we hate that they're not with us today, but we know that God has them in his hands. So we're going to get out to Mr. Luke. He's going to talk about all things Garmin Watch to Win. So Luke, take it away.
The Garmin Watch and Win giveaway is going on this year in 2026 thanks to the folks at Garmin. And you don't have to get out here on the water and be cold, get all bundled up to win a Garmin Echo Map like I have right here on my boat. We're going to give away 3 Garmin units. These Echo Map 10-inch screens, they're valued at a little over $2,500. And all you have to do is watch the ABT North, the ABT South, and the ABT 100. We are going to give away 1 unit per division of the Alabama Bass Trail. You get 1 entry for each tournament that you watch live. All you got to do is like the Facebook Live, comment, and share it. On YouTube, make sure you like the feed, get in the comments, and also subscribe to that Alabama Bass Trail YouTube channel. You got to be 18 years old to enter. Only 1 entry per event. No purchase necessary, just for watching us run our mouths and watching these guys catch bass out here on the Tennessee River today. I'm going to throw it back to Jason Duran, and we're going to go get on another team. Garmin Watch and Win. Get in it.
Well, Luke, good news. We got our first limit for what we've been covering today. I'm sure some other teams have got some good limits at this point, but this is boat 31. Got 5 fish for 16 currently. We made a little run back down the lake, popped in a couple different little coves, looking for some other teams. Their trackers hadn't been updated yet. You know, they're probably out a little bit of cell service in this area lacking, so maybe they'll move around a little bit. We'll be able to catch up with them. I know that some of our fan teams are in the area, so we're doing the best we can to get with them. So this is the team that actually won here last year, so boat 31. We are in the J.P. Coleman area. You know, these guys said, you got to get out of the wind. Oh, and it's pretty hard to do, truthfully. I mean, we're back here in the back of the cove here. The ramp's right around the corner, and got a big bluff wall out there trying to keep the wind back, but it's still whipping in here for sure. Darren, welcome back, bud.
Yeah, man, I'm just watching some chatterbaiting up shallow, trying to catch some largemouth. These guys have also got a 5-fish limit. They said they've got roughly 14 pounds. They acted like the weather was not affecting them too much, but they also didn't sound very happy, if you know what I mean.
Fish. Looks like they're gonna make a move, maybe. See if we can get a chance to talk to them.
Fish
Guys,
on.
y'all had a really good last year. Y'all did really well last year.
Yeah.
What'd y'all do with all that money?
Well, the wives and kids took over. Happy wife, happy life.
Yes, sir. What kind of weight you think it'll take today?
They let us fish, so we give them anything.
That's right, that's right.
All right, boys, we fixed the move. We've been in here all morning.
All righty, y'all be good and be safe. Thank y'all for your time today. Got another team right around the corner here, so we could slide over.
Darian, we're kind of going, I call this bonus coverage. We've got so many boats around us that we're just sending it right now, buddy. Can't get close enough to ask boat numbers between the wind and the gigantic shallow rocks in the back of the horseshoe where so many guys are fishing right now. I'm trying not to push any further in, so we're just watching. We're just back in the far corner. I do know Nathan and Hunter Brewer are way back there. Trey Swindle, Sam George are back there. I believe Chad and Ryan Hall are back there. Saw Nathan and Hunter just net one, put it in the box just a few minutes ago as we were easing in here. But so far, some of the boats we're closest to, we haven't seen any fish catches in the last couple minutes here.
Blake, I'm really surprised that you got Jeremy out this morning. You guys good? Good. Jeremy's got on his puffy pants. Y'all got any weight?
Pretty good one.
Yeah? How many times y'all stop on the way here? Yeah? How was practice? Much different than today, I guess, right?
Jason, with this wind, it's tough to hear you, but did you say that's Blake Hall, Jeremy Lamb?
It is. It is Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb.
They started up here with me this morning. Where are they at now?
Seriously? So I got Luke on the other side. He said, y'all were at the dam this morning? Y'all started at the dam and already down here. Y'all are flying. Yeah. Yep, it's definitely them.
Yeah, and
so we're going to replay a catch you guys had up there this morning. Pretty good one.
Yeah. Caught a good smallmouth this morning.
Let's take a look at that.
See Jeremy running that net.
We put in a trace. Not as bad of a run.
Jared, see if you can get a shot of the waves coming through the dam there on Wilson Dam. If you want to look at what the wind's doing.
It's coming over the dam, huh?
Not coming over the dam right here at the floodgates. Yeah, it's rocking and rolling on Wilson Lake. It might not be. It's blowing and obviously affecting the fishing down here, but man, the lower end of Wilson Lake looks like it's probably not a lot of fun right now, by the way it looks, but spilling over the top.
I mean, I will tell you the lower end of Pickwick Lake's not that bad, not that much better.
Yeah, I can imagine. When you get about
We're
to
right
Bear
here.
Creek, it's probably not a good time.
I can see Bear Creek. We're right here at J.P. Coleman, the mouth of Coleman, and I mean, we make this turn to go towards Tennessee. It's sporty. It's definitely sporty.
Yeah. On a day like today with these sustained winds, anywhere that it can kind of build up, you know, any of those straight stretches, no bueno.
I'm like, hey, I'll get over here next to the bluff and run. Well, then you turn the corner and you're like, oh, we're straight into the wind now. So, I mean, you just can't get out of it.
You know, and Pickwick, when it's low, obviously one of those places that you kind of have to pay attention to where you're running. You have to run where the river lets you run, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I dropped my map down this morning just to get it, so I know where the red spots are, and there are a lot of red spots today.
Plenty of red. Yeah, the Garmins are showing a lot of red, for sure. What is it about Pickwick and the Alabama Bass Trail? This, you know, the last time we were here early in the year in February, I guess it was 2 years ago, you know, we had the Logan Martin Snow Bowl, as we dubbed it, where it was 14 degrees, and we all said after the February Pickwick tournament, it was colder here in late February than it was in the 14 degrees in Logan Martin, and we've got another cold one on our hands today.
Well, it was many years ago that it was sleeting here one morning, and by that afternoon, the parking lot was flooded. So, I mean, it's constantly changing here.
Oh, you can compare it to a tidal fishery sometimes. It can change so much from one end to the other, truly. You know, depending on how many turbines they turn on up here, it can fluctuate the water, you know, a lot just right here at the dam quickly. What's surprising me up here are the amount of boats that haven't left. You know, normally by now, a few hours into the morning, you'll start to see people peel out, go try other things. Of course, you did see Blake and Jeremy, who caught a big fish and then decided to slide out of here, but most of the teams that started in here are still here.
And I think those guys are probably some of the guys that know what the potential is. And, you know, remember all week was that wasn't going to play and that wasn't going to be that good. And, you know, well, there are guys that try to talk guys away from it, you know. Hey, it's not very good at the dam. Well, they listen to that and everybody's like, well, we'll go somewhere else. I heard it wasn't that good up there. So that helps the traffic a little bit. So you got the guys that are willing to stick it out and play that game all day long.
Well, you've got the Brewers, and Yeah, and you've got the Brewers, and you've got, you know, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey, who they're coming here regardless. They don't care what the dock talk is. They don't care how their practice was. This is where they're going to
Well, they were part of the dock. They're sometimes part of the dock talk, too, you know?
No,
Pushing those guys
well,
off
yeah,
of
of course. No doubt.
Because I did talk to them this week.
Now, I will say, conditions-wise, you know, as far as
It's gotten
the
better.
current flow, it's gotten a little better, but it's still not, it's not prime, you know, for the
No.
tail race bite.
Yeah. If you had a sailboat today, I don't think you would be able to drive it. I mean, I literally
Definitely a
just
better
took my
day for
foot off the
flying a
trailer motor.
kite.
I took my foot off the trailer motor, and we're probably going 10 miles an hour backwards.
Yeah, I have to keep the Garmin Force anchor locked down to keep from ruining everybody around me's chances of catching a bass like Darian typically does.
Yeah, he just right up on them.
So looking at the TVA app, they're running 15,000 cubic feet per second right now, which is more than it was when we kicked things off. So it is picking up, but you know, they're saying the average outflow today is 11,000. So that's not a lot of current.
Yeah. Which is probably good because of the way the wind's blowing. It would make it really rough if they turned it on.
It definitely could, especially if it had a little more west in it. It would not be fun.
Yeah. Got somebody else coming in here. Everybody's trying to get out of the wind, I think. They've had 2 teams pull in here since we got started. And another team coming in behind them. We're about to have 5 boats in this creek.
Everybody looking for a place to hide.
They're getting out of this wind. And he's like, nope, we're going to go somewhere else because somebody's on that bank that we thought we were going to get to go on. I mean, it's pretty much a Phoenix party, though, because we've got 5 Phoenixes in here.
Hooked up. Man, you talk about persistence. Fishing the same few rock piles over and over and over. It's making some noise.
Yeah. Oof.
Nice smallmouth. Taking his time with it. There we go. It's funny, Jason, when you're in a crowd like this and you look around, when somebody hooks up, all of a sudden everybody just starts to inch just a little closer.
Yeah.
Everybody starts to do the dance. Musical chairs, that's a really good smallmouth.
kind of like when the pass goes up in the air, all the D-backs go towards the ball. Y'all keep it up, guys. Thank y'all for your time. Again, we apologize. Can't get close enough to get team names and numbers, and between the wind, the cold, the sun in our eyes, everybody bundled up, it's hard to recognize some of our teams that we are covering up here. Kind of close quarters. Guys, we're gonna make a couple battery changes here, and we're gonna check back in with Miss Kay.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio. I am positioned right here on the banks at Pickwick and McFarland Park. I just wanted to kind of give you a recap based on some teams that we've seen this morning. Of course, Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey had 2 fish in the boat when we left them. That was around that 6 to 7 pound range for the total of those 2. Walker had 2 fish in the boat. We estimate those were between 7 to 8 pounds. And then the 2 that have the limits that we have covered thus far, boat number 140, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett had a limit for about 14 pounds. And then your winners in the 2026 Alabama Bass Trail, of course, that's a totally different time of the year. We were here in June last year. Will Nichols and Jake Young had about a 16-pound limit. We know that that's not going to be enough to win today. I want to explain a little bit about what's going out. You hear Luke, Darian, and Jason all talk about the wind. There is a red flag advisory in the whole state of Alabama today. We are expecting 9 to 13 mile an hour winds throughout the day with gusts from 20 to 30 miles an hour. So that's kind of what we're dealing with today, along with a significant drop of pollen. We've been fighting that all week long, and that does tend to wreak havoc on the guys that are out there scoping. We saw that at Lake Gunnersville last year in March. Even with the strong storms that we had come through last year, you saw guys not be able to use live scope early in the morning because of the pollen that was on the water. That may change a little quicker today just because of the amount of wind that we have out there, but you're looking at 9 to 13 mile an hour sustained winds throughout the day, and then 20 to 30 mile an hour winds through lunchtime. So going to be an interesting day out there. There's 225 teams on the water trying to get that first place prize. We're estimating it's going to take around that 23, 24 pound mark to take the win today, $15,000. So let's talk a little bit about Pickwick Lake. It is a pretty large body of water. It's the last chain on the Tennessee River chain in the state of Alabama. It goes Gunnersville, Wheeler, Wilson, and then Pickwick. It's about 40 miles long dam to dam, but there's about 490 miles of shoreline, which you're seeing a lot of these guys gravitate to today, whether it's to seek shelter from the wind or just to try to get on some of those bedding fish. So 40 miles dam to dam here on Pickwick. One of the things I thought was interesting, you saw a catfish caught here. We had guys tell us during practice that they caught a largemouth, a smallmouth, a spot, a catfish, all within 100 yards of each other. And that's the Tennessee River. You're going to be able to do that here. It's a very fertile ecosystem here on the Tennessee River. And this lake has provided us with 24 bags over 20 pounds. Will we see that today? I think a lot of that may be hindered because of the amount of wind that we have. One of the things Luke said earlier is he's surprised at the amount of teams that have not left this area. And I simply think that's because of the amount of wind that they're facing. The wind is coming north, northeast. So luckily for us, it is not coming out of the west. That would make for very treacherous conditions. So just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of why they keep referring to the amount of wind that we've had. We've had 70, 75, 79 degree days all weekend long. Yesterday, 75 degrees. By 5 p.m. yesterday, it was 65 and it continued to drop. 39 degrees was air temperature when we blasted off this morning. Surface temperatures on the water was around that 59 to 60 degree range. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here on Pickwick. And we say this every time we go somewhere, and it continues to stay true. Every time we show up, we're going to have some type of weather change, whether it's a thunderstorm, whether it's a cold front, whether it's extreme heat advisory. You can bet on it when the Alabama Bass Trail rolls into town. I do want to give a quick shout out to the Florence Lauderdale Tourism Bureau, also Mr. Brody Gravitt for being our host this weekend. Just a fun time. They're actually located, their office is located right here at McFarland. So they've been able to see all of these boats all week long. I've been here since Thursday and the parking lot has been packed every day. I know that Darian is set up on a new team, so we're going to hurry up and get out on the water so that you can see who he might be covering and if they have any fish in the boat. The guys are getting as close to these guys as they can, trying to get you as much information as they can, but the wind and the fact that a lot of these guys are scoping is going to hinder that just a little bit. So Darian, we're going to go ahead and get out on the water to you. Maybe by now you know who you're with. If not, we'll be patient with you out there. Darian, take it away.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're talking about. One of the situations where you're not going to be able to get conversations with the guys. The wind is blowing really hard now. We're right on the river, and you've got this. Obviously, they're fishing a bluff wall, so the wind, I feel like, is a little bit exaggerated right here because you've got this wall is just catching it, and it's really windy. So haven't been able to communicate with them. Obviously, we've got to stay on this side of the barge types from where they are, but. I'm sure you can see how that's going. He's laughing about the amount of wind and waves we've got going on. Well, how's the fishing? Are they biting in the wind? Yeah. Yeah. How's practice? Yeah. Nice. Well, we got all day to do it. Well, maybe the bad luck of the week was the lower unit, and we'll get some good luck now. What was y'all's boat number? 217. Well, they said that they had a lower unit went out, or I think he said that we destroyed the lower unit, so I don't really know. I didn't want to ask questions on that one. So he said they got a new lower unit put on, and practice was not that good. They wanted to fish shallow, but the water's all stirred up, just like Luke was saying earlier. There's a lot of pollen in the water, so it looks a little muddy. Plus, you've got all this wind, which is making it a little muddy, so I guess they didn't see what they were, looking for up shallow, so they're playing the bluff wall program, which is a pretty solid plan on Pickwick. Catching big smallmouth this way. we'll be right back.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored by Pro O2, fish care at its finest, by Alpha Insurance, C. Thomas Shelton, Alpha Man, brought to you by NetBait, Power Pole, Sweet Home Alabama, and by Yamaha. There's more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Remember those childhood dreams when you and your trusty cat could do anything? Well, now you're living the dream and experiencing the thrill and power of cat performance, technology, and value for real. Hey, those who give their best deserve the best. So invest in your business, invest in yourself, invest in a cat. The best machines you can own. Because your first cat shouldn't be your last.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding so much. Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man. If you overfeed him, he's going to hide under a log.
This is Jack's Country, where the fish aren't the only ones biting. Try the Jack's Catfish Basket for just $6.49. Crispy fried catfish, a scratch-made biscuit, and a classic side. No catch and release here. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Well, welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Pickwick Lake. We have caught up with boat number 91, fan favorite, Drake and Tyler. Guys, what'd y'all do? Just call everybody and tell them to jump online and vote for you guys? How'd that work?
Yeah, my wife, I think she called everybody.
Your wife called everybody. That's good. Well, shout out to the wife.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us what kind of weight you guys got today.
We got right at 16 and a half right now.
Good deal. How was practice?
So-so. A few here, a few there.
Yeah?
Not in good size, though.
Did y'all sneak in here after the win? I mean, game?
We started in here.
So you've been here the whole time? Okay. So this was the game plan then?
That's right.
Good deal. That's good that you're able to go with your game plan for sure and not have to adjust. Y'all probably looked at the weather forecast and saw that it was going to be cold and saw that it was going to be really windy.
Yeah, we're playing to hit.
That's what pays off. Tell me about the area. What's going on? What's
pretty much just flipping all these laid out trees. They're just sitting on them. I think this is their first stop in or first stop going back out.
Welcome back, Luke.
Glad to be back, and welcome back to the Horseshoe Insanity. Jason, I'm looking at 4, 5, 6 ABT boats in another little corner of the Horseshoe. We made a move, and I apologize to the folks at home. We can't get too close. You know, the water, with the water being a little low, it's really shallow, and a lot of the rocks that all of our teams are throwing at, you're just going right on top of their fish, and kind of navigating in through teams to ask who's who and what's what is very difficult. And then in this wind, just yelling and asking boat numbers is very difficult. I will say I got an update. Trey Swindle, Sam George just came past us, and since we last talked to them, they were able to catch, they've got 4 now. They estimate 4 for about 12 pounds. So they had all 3-pounders pretty much. And then we talked to Jimmy Mason and Brent Crow, and they are sitting on 0. Have not caught a bass. When we were in commercial, we talked to those guys. But they were just talking about how tough the fishing has been on them this week. And, you know, Brent and Jimmy have so much history here and so much success over the years. And said it's been a really, really tough week for them.
Well, we made the run from J.P. Coleman past Bear Creek back up towards Trace, just a little bit past Bear Creek. I will say, if you're planning on coming down here, leave early, because it is rough. Miss Kay was talking about the wind on our drive, and I heard her in my ear. She was talking and sharing everybody how crazy the wind has been and why we keep talking about it. I wish we could have just pulled the camera out and shown you, because it was more than sporty at that point. So there were a lot of teams in the area. They'd all hunkered down. Seen a lot of teams kind of push back into creeks. team here we're on now kind of made the plan to do this from day one anyway. I knew that it was going to be kind of windy. Fishing just down the bank, throwing around brush tops and lay down wood, those kind of things. Catching them, picking them off one at a time. Kind of a travel lane here, really. So.
I heard Miss Kay mention that it's showing 9 to 13 miles an hour, I believe. It's one of those days you can add those two numbers together. You can add those. It might be in a parking lot somewhere. Yeah, but yeah, it's one of those days you can definitely add the two numbers together and get to where we're at, because it is, man, it has not let up. Jared was talking when we were setting back up on a couple new teams here. He goes, man, every time I feel like I'm warming up, I feel like the velocity of the wind increases again like crazy. Definitely plenty of
really
March wind.
I would say 30 plus at some point. But in the creek we're in right now, it's calm as can be. So I think we're just going to hang out here the rest of the year.
You know, we moved over into what a lot of locals call the little shoe, just a kind of a pocket within the massive bay that is the horseshoe. And man, there are so many teams stacked up over here, but there are two teams in particular. I believe one of them might be Jason Cannon and J.D. Bedford from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, are really good on the Tennessee River. I think they live up just up the road and fish here a lot, but their tracker shows them in this area for a long time without moving. But there have been two boats I've watched all day that we've been in here that have not left the point of this little horseshoe, and they are one of them. Actually, I can see them now. It is J.D. Bedford and Jason Cannon right here by us.
I kind of like the guy.
These same two boats. Listen, if I yelled right now with a bullhorn, they couldn't hear me. And this wind. And they wouldn't tell me because of the other 47 boats around. They'd be like, we're slashing your tires when we get back to the weigh-in this afternoon. I will say, you know, we could see Trey swindle Sam George off in the distance, and they had one fish. When they left us, they caught 3 more, and we really, you know, in the background could see them the entire time. They did a great job being very sneaky with their fish catches, because they definitely did not make a big deal about it when they got bit, where they must have caught fish when they came back by us and gave us the update. So there's an art to that when you're in these crowds, because like I mentioned earlier, every time you see somebody catch one, they tend to, the crowd tends to hone in on you a little bit. I do think I can ask Jason. Y'all got them? 16? Hey, it's a tough day. The weather's just something. So just got, okay. Jason Cannon, J.D. Bedford, 16 pounds. He said it as quiet as he could in this wind. He said they caught him in the first hour and haven't had a bite since. Again, two very experienced anglers on the Tennessee River. Fish Wilson and Pickwick a lot, especially in these tail races, and they said it's been a brutal week. which we're hearing that a lot. Their boat 120. Jason Canna and JD Bedford. Jason, do I need to back up a little bit? Okay.
Yes.
I'm just trying to get out of everybody's way.
If you have to ask, it's a yes.
Well, he had been in the same place, in my defense, Jason. He had been in the same place truly all morning, and then he moved to get close enough to where I could talk to him, but he kind of repositioned, and I thought, well, I hope I'm not sitting right where he wanted to be. He's one of the nicest humans on planet Earth, and I don't know that he would have told me if I was in his way.
Just tell him you're Darian. He won't, don't talk to him. He'll think you're Darian.
Darian, where have you been napping?
Man, I tried to go find a warm spot, but I was unsuccessful.
You have to go get some more gas for his heater, probably.
Yeah. I do know out here on the river, just when you're just in the middle of it, there's no hiding from this wind. It is not that much fun. We did catch back up with Cox and Gotney and have not been able to talk to them about fishing at all. They're 30, 40 yards away from us, but like Luke said a second ago, they couldn't hear me if I had a bullhorn. It's just windy, everybody's got their hats on, their hoods on, and just one of them days you put your head down and grind, you know what I mean? That's a overused cliche statement in fishing, but this is one of those head down and grind kind of days.
One of those that you hope you catch a big bag, but you look forward to it being over kind of weather days.
Yep.
I'll tell you, two guys that were not ready for it to be over, but are very excited about the fact that they weigh in at almost 5 o'clock, and that was Trace Wendell and Sam George. When they came by, they were fired up.
We've seen guys doing a lot of different things today on our end. These guys here are just basically flipping the bank, flipping laydowns, brush tops, really taking it slow, working their way along. We've seen some guys flipping big walls, bluff walls, straight down kind of fishing. We caught up this morning with the walkers and saw them throwing a swim bait and a spinner bait. Just really fishing the riprap. Guys really kind of mixing it up a little different today. You know, y'all's in the lake, just fishing the current.
Yeah, Cameron and Ty right now, they're fishing a real shallow, flat kind of bar, and typical Pickwick, just like chatterbaiting and trapping. mixed with a little bit of 2026 fishing, scoping with an old sneaky bait. But we have not seen them catch any. But what they're doing on this bar is they'll work it for a little ways. Cameron is using it on the front, live scoping, looking around trying to find something. They'll power pull down and cast at, I'm imagining, at specific fish, a couple casts, and then lift the power poles up and keep going. Meanwhile, Ty's in the back or either right behind Cameron. Pretty much just keeping a chatterbait in his hand, it looks like.
Galtney, one of those guys that could definitely bring in a fish over 10 pounds. He had that, what was it, 12 pounder a couple years ago around the same time of year. Might have been a couple weeks later than this.
What do you think big fish will be today?
Huge.
I think we'll see an 8 plus. These conditions are challenging, man, and I feel like the fish are a little more scattered than we're giving them credit for, just from all the people that I've talked to today and coming out of practice. It's a little, like Darian said, it's the overused statement, but it's definitely a grind, and then you throw these crazy conditions on top of it. I think that can hurt us a little bit weight-wise, but every time we say that on Alabama Bass Trail Live, guess what happens? They catch 50 bags over 20, so.
Yeah, it's tough today. Well, it's not really that tough compared to the end of the day.
Exactly, exactly. We get a small snapshot of 225 boats on ABT Live, so if there's anything I've learned from doing live coverage here and with the NPFLs, that you never know the entire story until the weigh-in. Every time I think there might be a few less boats in here, I turn around and look over my shoulder and it looks like more have joined the party. Looks like Bedford and Cannon making a big move to the back, repositioning.
caught up with the boys today. What kind of weight we got?
Maybe 12 pounds or so.
12 pounds or so, okay.
Caught a limit pretty quick.
Yeah.
A couple of 3-pounders, but haven't really caught a real big Tennessee River largemouth yet. Caught a limit really quick.
That's good.
It was kind of good for us because it was a tough practice over here.
Yeah.
And we struggled in practice, and we try to stay away from the dam too, and not get in that mix up there.
Yeah.
So, you know,
which is smart this time of year.
Yeah. Once you get away from that up there, this lake's pretty challenging just because there's no grass anymore.
Yeah.
And it's a lot different on a lake than it has been in the past.
Well, you guys have done really well. I mean, like right over there, a few years ago, I remember that really well. That was an exciting day for sure.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I can see our fishing hole.
That's what I thought, yeah.
28, 29 pounds. But no grass there. Now it's a lot different fishing hole.
Yeah. It's amazing how this lake does change year to year. But yeah, y'all, for that day, y'all really put a show on for us. It was fun.
We didn't say a whole lot about it, but we lost our biggest fish that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one bigger than, we had a couple of 7-pounders we weighed in, but we actually lost one that was a lot bigger than But you don't want to get on the stage at 29 pounds or talking about the ones that got away.
No, you don't. You did great that day.
We've got a mixed bag this morning of smallmouth and largemouth. There's been a shad spawn for about a half a mile right here for the whole week. That water temperature up the dam, 58, 59 degrees. Those fish, those shad, you know, not even thinking about doing any spawning up there, but it's 64, 65 down through here. And these shad are spawning down through here. And it's rare you ever see the shad spawn before the largemouth that they are. The shad are basically in full spawn right now in certain sections of the lake. Especially on that north bank over there, it's getting more sunshine.
That is kind of odd.
So yeah, that's what we're basically doing, throwing crankbait, just kind of chasing the shad spawn, staying out, you know, just a little bit outside of those rocks there where they're spawning at. But there's been periods where we would catch 10 shad in a row, 10 casts in a row, have a shad hooked in the face on these where the shad are trying to run with our crankbait.
Well, I tell you, that wind it's not going away today.
That's good. The guys at the dam, I know there's a lot of people up there, but that is one good luxury about that, is protecting a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, talking to Luke, the water from the upper end is coming over the dam, so the waves of crushing so hard up against the dam, it's coming over the floodgates. Yeah.
Back in this pocket here, we did have a 4-pounder on bed there, but we've gone in there and fished for it already. Hadn't got a bite off on it. Can't really see the fish, but it's been in there this week. Next 100 yards probably been our best stretch before we probably caught 10 or so keepers off of this next stretch.
So if we go back
This is another team that won they won in 2024. 28-18. Their big fish that day was a 703. They had a couple 7-pounders that day to weigh in. You didn't tell me your best stretch was full of catfish. It's a good eating size though. I was about to say, man, y'all just called your shot. That's awesome. Catfish and a crankbait don't go well together. All those hooks. Joke with food.
working on the hooks.
Darian, what you got down on that end of the lake?
Well, I'm not going to lie, we have finally found the first area of the whole day since I woke up this morning in the hotel room that doesn't have wind. And to be honest with you, I'd like to stay here for a little while. All the tournament leaders and all the big fish catchers would come right on this bank. It'd make my job a little more fun and, you know, comfortable. We're right near Coger Island, and one of the hot young anglers honestly all over the country, but we're doing really well in Alabama.
Thank y'all.
Marbet. Their tracker was showing exactly here, so we ran straight to them. And as we passed another boat, I realized that was them up ahead. The tracker was showing the wrong area. So this team is not Marbet. We haven't got close enough to them to see who it was, but I had to make a decision, a business decision, on do we go cover Marbet out there in the wind and they're moving around like crazy on the trolling motor, or do we get back in the slack water where there's no wind? And I chose the latter of the two.
What's y'all's boat number? 59. Y'all got any fish so far?
Boat number 59, no fish so far. Well, one of the most exciting times of the day is when we get to pick. Hang on. Really? Yeah. Said the wind was blowing in on an area that he wanted to start at and they didn't get any bites, so just trying new stuff now. But what I was getting to is one of the most exciting parts of the ABT days for us on live is guessing the winning weights of the event. And we've kind of got a little bit of rules, not too much. And basically you're just going to comment below, whether you're on Facebook or on YouTube. Comment below what you think the winning weight will be, and you get 3 guesses. That's the key. You can't just guess 100 times. 3 guesses on the winning weight. Whoever gets it right, we are going to send some bait packs to. This morning I saw a big box of soft plastics from NetBait and some bait fuel. I know we've got a ton of new Rapala hats in, a bunch of Rapala hard baits and soft baits, so we've got a bunch of different things to give away. We've got some Yamaha hats. I don't know what the prize pack for this week is going to be, but I know that every week they make it awesome. So comment below what you think the winning weight of this event on Pickwick will be for your chance to win. We'll pick one winner from Facebook, one winner from YouTube, and if there's multiple people that for some reason guess the exact same weight, I don't know if we'll do a paper, rock, scissors of that, or we'll flip a coin, or heck, we might just send everybody, you know, whoever gets it right, we might just send everybody a prize pack. Who knows? But y'all comment below. What do you think the winning weight will be? I'm going to go with 2871. 2871 is my guess for the winning weight.
James Mears. We made just a little move below the horseshoe. He is reporting a couple small keepers in the boat, but not what he wants to see so far from what he was telling us when we first pulled up. We are starting to see a lot of boats running around up here in this area, making little changes. This is a popular area. It's a current break. Got a creek that runs in, kind of makes a gravel bar. You have an eddy here when there's a lot of current. Bait fish stack up here. Those big smallmouth and largemouth will get here a lot. Of course, today you've got wind current and current from the dam. The wind is stronger than the actual current, though, I believe. James is definitely trying to scope a few off of this bar. Watching that Garmin live scope. James can get the wind today. He's got that Yamaha show on the back of that Phoenix. Could be a great payday in addition to the $15,000 first place prize. Welcome back, Darian.
Well, I got good news and bad news. The good news is we've caught up to Mr. Marbot and Marbot. Bad news is they're leaving. Let's see what direction they head, because they've been staying in the same area, so let's not cut us yet.
Is there anything worse than that, Darian, doing live coverage? You find the team you're looking for, you pull up, like, hey man, we were just leaving. It happens
Yeah,
so
I'd say
many
the only
times.
thing worse than the only thing worse than pulling up on a team that leaves is pulling up on a team that leaves when it's 40 degrees and blowing about 20.
True.
But we have watched them. They just hopped across the other side of the river channel, so we're going to head over to them. We'll be back in maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Darian's going to make a short little move. He's on the Marbot boys. If you just tuned in for the first time today, you're watching stop number 2, the Alabama Bass Trail's North schedule here on Pickwick Lake, Florence, Alabama. 5 events on our schedule in 2026. Top 75 teams going to go to an entry fee-free championship at the end of the year out of our Angler of the Year race. $50,000 going to first place at that championship down on Lake Eufaula. We kicked things off on Guntersville last month. 225 teams left McFarland Park this morning, and this division sold out in less than 4 minutes last August. So if you're looking for a team trail to fish in 2027, you better be online and ready to rumble in August when it's time to register for the 2027 Alabama Bass Trail. It goes fast, to say the very least. All right, I believe Darian's going to come back and join us, and I'm going to make a short little move, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with you guys.
All right, we've caught up to Marbot and Marbot, boat number 125. They are scoping, and looks like Hayden in the front is doing the most of the scoping. We're probably not going to be able to get a word from them, especially not right now, maybe here soon, but they have been moving around a pretty good bit on the trolling motor specifically, not as much just like running around. They've kind of been in the same area all day long, but we have not been able to catch up with them just yet until now. I will say that they've got the net ready. And I've seen that multiple times that we've seen them today. Is they're always got the net ready, which is a telltale sign that they're expecting to catch fish, not that they're hoping to catch fish. When you're really preparing that net, it means you know something's going to go down. Yeah. Well, it's like a bolt or something.
Which I can't stand around. Yeah, that mouth's loose. All right, let's move.
this stretch looks. You got gravel bank to the left a little bit there, and then you got the big bluff chunk rock. Those transitions usually hold some fish. And then we got the wind blowing right into it, the sunshine shining on it, so it's setting up all around to be good. Fish on. That's short. Like he said, they've been there more than short fish all day. Still a good sign that they're around fish. And that's in one of those transitional spots there where chunk rock breaks down the bank and turns into gravel. Well, we're going to take a quick break, come back with the Mountain Dew wrap up. We got some beautiful drone shots from high above Pickwick Lake,
showing you all the sights today. We've caught up with a bunch of teams. We're going to come back and wrap it all up, let you know what we've seen around the lake this morning. So take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This segment of live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats is brought to you in part by Bait Fuel, Halo Fishing Rods, by TH Marine, Snag Proof, by Pro Guide Batteries, and by FishAlabama.org. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Remember those childhood dreams when you and your trusty cat could do anything? Well, now you're living the dream and experiencing the thrill and power of cat performance, technology, and value for real. Hey, those who give their best deserve the best. So invest in your business, invest in yourself, invest in a cat. The best machines you can own. Because your first cat shouldn't be your last.
I want to talk to you about Piranha 02.
This is the exact system that we are running behind stage in all of our tanks to keep our fish healthy and alive so we can get them back in the water.
Every dead fish costs you a lot of money. So I've been really impressed. It's an oxygen enrichment system that helps out, keeps these fish alive, and lets you catch and release them.
Weight is the key in tournament fishing, so take care of it. Go to Piranha 02 and take a look.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Hey guys, Pro Angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
This is Jack's Country, where fishing season is getting an early start. So drop anchor at Jack's for the catfish basket. Just $6.49. 3 pieces of southern fried catfish, a made-from-scratch biscuit, and your choice of side. We're Jack's. We're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live. Stop number 2 of the North Division on Pickwick Lake. It has been a chilly, windy morning here at Pickwick. We've seen quite a few fish catches, but we're going to get out on the water right now. Jason, tell us kind of what you've seen and how far you've traveled on the lake today.
Well, Ms. Kay, we have traveled pretty much the whole lake. We started out in Florence this morning. Thankfully, rode in the truck all the way down here to Trace Bridge. But from Trace Bridge, we rode all the way in the boat to Tennessee, all the way to the dam. We caught up with the walkers this morning who quickly went to work. You know, they're a past-time top 5 team here, multiple-time top 10 team. You know, they've done really well through the years, so I was expecting them to do well today. They did catch one over 4 and caught one right around 3, like really quick. And they said they had one that was 7 within their sights. So expect them to do well. They said they were going to do the opposite of what everybody else was doing. They're going to go down there, start, and work their way back. And we've seen teams all day long working their way down. A lot of what's happening today is balancing, getting out of the wind, but trying to stay where the fish are. Earlier in this week, a lot of teams probably were running the river, probably were able to live scope a lot, spend a lot of time just looking at the fish. Now with the wind and the pollen on top of the water, that's changed their conditions a little bit, made it a little harder. So we've seen more teams in the back of pockets today, kind of flipping the wood, really kind of slowing down, probably fishing some spawners, or those ones headed to the bed or headed away from the bed. So a lot of travel zone fishing today. So teams are really kind of mixing it up on this end of the lake. We've traveled it all from here to Trace Bridge. So Darian, you spent your time here in the middle. Tell us what you've seen.
Yeah, we've been right around the Trace Bridge, down kind of towards 7 Mile, and a lot of, man, it's just been a weird one. Like, not a ton of, obviously no fish catches on our end, but people out on the river, they're scoping. It seems like they're really confident about it. Luke got a report from this area of the lake that said that the scope bite was going on, but obviously not a ton of people doing it. So it's been like real hit or miss as far as just finding guys, but the ones that we're finding are the scopers that you would typically see out only scoping for a tournament. So you expect those guys to catch them throughout the day. Obviously, if you're scoping, those guys have really high confidence levels in what they're doing. They're looking at fish. It's just, what time of the day are they going to get to trigger the bite? So I think that's what it amounts to. Just talked to Hayden Marbett before he left, right after we got off camera. He said he's got 4 for around 12 pounds with a 5.5 pounder. So he was, like I said earlier, he's been bouncing around all day, making a ton of casts, and I imagine if he lands on 4 more like that, he's gonna have a really good shot to win. So that's it here. And I hate to say this, I think we're 3 tournaments in with no fish. Kenny, it's difficult to find fish catches sometimes, but you bounce around as much as you can. We appreciate everyone for voting on the fan votes who we can go cover, and we're going to keep doing our job. Luke, what did you see up there at the tail race this morning?
What I saw was a few fish catches, but a big crowd, as we tend to expect when it comes to Wilson Dam and this tail race area right behind me here on Pickwick Lake. There's one thing that's for sure. This area holds the key to winning this event, and a lot of events on this lake will that happen today. We will see. We really didn't see like those big bags get caught in front of us, but we saw some quality fish starting to stack up. And looking behind me now, the crowd is kind of, they're settling into where they're going to go, and it looks like some boats have actually left as well. So those guys that are experts up here are going to lock in between now and 3 o'clock. Some of the ones we know are weighing in at 5 p.m. this afternoon. So a ton of fishing time left as we in live, and I really do think Wilson Dam will have something to say in the top 10 at least this afternoon at the weigh-in at McFarland Park. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Y'all be sure to come out this afternoon. We're going to kick things off at 3 o'clock. Regardless of how live went with fish catches, I'll assure you these teams will bring bass back to Florence this afternoon. Miss Kay, it'll be another good one right there at McFarland.
The Tennessee River always has a little bit of surprise for us here on the Alabama Bass Trail. It was a cold, windy day. I want to thank Jason, Luke, and Darian, and Noah. You didn't get to see Noah today, but he's out there doing some photography work for us out on the water, and also the Alabama Bass Trail team that showed up this morning around 3 a.m. to get 225 boats in the water at a balmy 36, 37 degrees, wind whipping 20 miles an hour. So thank you to the entire Alabama Bass Trail crew, to the live team back in Sylacauga, WOTM, Broadway Media. Thank you guys for being up with us this morning. We will see you back here at McFarland Park 3 p.m. today. Going to weigh in a lot of bass. Come out, see us. We've got some, oh wait, just a minute. We've got some new Rapala hats. If you can see those Rapala and Crush City hats, we're going to be giving away to fans out here at McFarland Park today. So come out and see us. We look forward to seeing you. If you can't be here, stay tuned on AlabamaBassTrail.org for all the live weigh-ins. Y'all have a great day.
Today's live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by Phoenix Boats and brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AmFirst Credit Union, by 13 Fishing, Larry Puckett Chevrolet, and by Jax. It's all about the South. Live coverage returns